So, camera's almost up. Code this a little more. Start by adding an FPS counter for testing purposes. I would like to add a whole panel and then control it. Maybe you have to work on the sprite sheet here too. Make rectangular sprite sheets. Alright, so this we have Blender. Should we use I think I got the new Blender. I don't think I installed it or something. Oh well. Figure this out once we get blendering. Oh, we do have some FPS logic here. What is FPS? Oh, it's just a global. It wouldn't be right to do it right here, but because I hate moving this from the location it should be at, that's why. Alright, let's just put this here. What is process input? What does this update do? I bet you it doesn't use a sub data thing. No, it does use subbuffer data. Instead of 6, he uses 4. Interesting. Maybe this one is right, and the one I just made is wrong. I might find that out though. Let's make, now we have to debug that. Yes, okay. I'm going to make a process text updates and just put it all into here. So field background text actually has the update function, and This one has a update video, which we got like all this convolution for no reason. It's all my fault, whatever. We're going to use a string formatting function. I believe we need to use a safe one, but who cares about safety? I just need a sense sign D after calling FPS. We insert new line. We don't even need a new line here. We just put FPS, the integer. It's going to set it, send it to the thing. Alright. I'm going to get the error. I'm just going to go to the error and paste this. What did I need to do? Check. Sitting using sprintf safe. Okay, fine. What that means, I have to put the first integer into the function. First parameter has to be the maximum length, I believe. So when we call this sprintf, it should be _f 50 comma, yeah. No, it's the second parameter after the string pointer. So there, buffer count is 50. I could declare that as a const size and pass it in like that, but FPS is 0. Uh-oh. And the way it's updating some of this crap is questionable. I need to get this right. Now it's some very large value. Okay. It should be 60 or something. Oh, I know what the problem is. This is a float. So it'll say 60,000 like I claimed in some stupid tutorial video. But it's actually 60. Which I have no idea why it's not updating. Okay, 14,000. Why is it calculating it wrong? It should be pretty dramatic of how fast it's updating that. Okay. Let's do some stupid research. we have to go back to this again. This is really new. It's just the simplest form. Okay, he has the basics down. Video shader, attributes, program, some camera, C time for timing, I think we have to leave this FPS alone. Let's just do this. We have access to clock. We'll find that out. We'll just make this a part of the other function. It's just a good test. Like, it shows you that it's actually like doing something on the screen. The other problem is it's printing so much. I'm gonna get rid of all this. So this one is text field 3. It's as if it's not pushing it. You have to disable the breakpoint and then re-enable it. think the FPS is so low, it doesn't work. Well, here it's 1. Yeah, I forgot to update this. Whoops. It's always nice to call clock every second, but whatever. I called it twice. Okay, yeah, so we have some sort of issues because the FPS is stupid. It starts out like slow. Stabilizes later. Okay, we need the Q key to set it back to something that's 50 characters long. That's the length here. Yeah, 50, so let's do that. Because we need to test if it's being overridden bad. So we set it to 50 or 51. Should be okay at 50, okay. Let's process input. See if this will override the next text field for some reason. It should send it. Okay, we need to do this. Over the field text too. Because it'll like have it. It needs to have something in there to change it to. If it overflows, we'll see. There's an overflow. We can't see the end of it either. How do we change the text size? Damn it. Okay. The default is 0.0. We'll change it to 1/5 of this. Okay, it's not too small, but whatever. Ooh. That's a good size, actually. And then we need another quad class to draw the panel. And so just draw a sprite panel. They need to be in game to figure out what our parameters are. We need an edit box with all these things. Thinking about how I'm going to add the color. I would have to push main vertices up and attributes. Yeah, so it gets reserved. That's what this does. Oh wow. Let's look at the other project and mess with it for a little bit. And come back to this. It's like supposed to be the last one, so it's easier to find. And main. It doesn't use this reserve thing. The other one reserves these. I think it works in both systems. This is the old way of adding the cube that I was trying to find, this add cube function. I have to write functions like this for the frustum. All right, let's link this up with 32-bit because I keep switching in between the two projects and I keep getting this. This is like the main project. The other thing I was thinking for fun to do is go into Linux and try to compile this into Linux. It's a good time to do it before I get way too crazy. So I have the Linux server and I have the Linux laptop. And it doesn't work. Wow. There we go. It like didn't accept my inputs. Doesn't want to talk to me. So how am I going to do this? I wonder what's open in Firefox. Okay, let's open Firefox here. Let that cook for a little bit. Here we'll fix up the libraries. Okay. Z has to be first. Then we do GLM. Okay, make sure we're in 32-bit. We are, okay. This is the hardest thing. It's like, not look at that and then screw it all. Free type actually could be first, I think. I should list this in the correct order. It kind of is. Kind of isn't. I don't know why that always keeps getting changed to that, but whatever. Should have actually added GLM as the third one for conventional purposes. GLM I don't really like, but I would have to go down the raycasting rabbit hole in order to fix that, and I'm using the function. So there's reasons. I think we do need curl though. So let's include 32-bit curl, x64, and 86. What else do we need? We got free type. We could add the Steam visuals later. And I don't know how that mixes in with game networking sockets, so that'll have to be like 2 separate projects. Let's try to do this as fast as possible. Don't worry about the errors. First we need blue though. We need blue to link first. Keep doing this over and over again. It's a lot of fun. So link blue. Blue doesn't have a folder. It's listed here. Find it. Yeah, it's called 132, and the other one's called x64, which is always like good. For confusion purposes. Okay. GLFW. Let's put this in the right order, kind of. This file needs to get reorganized. So like 1991. Right. We need free type.lib and curl. So we got 4 libraries here. 5 includes, and then here we got more libraries because of OpenGL and stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. So let's see if this builds now in 32-bit. There's two Ubuntu server things. There is. Wow, okay, whatever. Vulkan RTS Engine. I'm trying to make a repo of this, just in case. If you copy my code, use it your own MIT license or something. I don't have the icons here, but they don't get loaded here. No, there is icons because of the cursor. So we are going to have to input that manually, and this. And it's just going to be an interesting experiment. This is how you commit files without using the prompts. It's good and bad, but whatever. We're gonna have to build this with GCC by providing these files or something. So I got to write the command. We don't have a CMake build system. We could add one and stuff and have the AI generate it for us after we do it in LS. But I should be able to show you how to build this on Linux. And we'll see what kind of errors we get. That's the interesting part. If it's gonna throw up a window and input works and stuff like that. This is one of the reasons this is bad to do it this way, because things are spamming. All the HTTP is just garbagey. It's like Apache servers, just like, oh, I hate you. And it takes it a minute to update. All right. And then you could somehow like put this in the wrong folder, and then to delete it, it takes you like a million years. So you'd never delete it, and then you have this like mess of trash everywhere. So that's why I'm kind of writing the metal CPP, so it would be easier to just go OpenGL for Linux and Windows. Metal CPP directly. And then once Vulkan time comes around, that can be done too. And there's an OpenGL ES for older Raspberry Pis and Vulkan. So you have to have like pre-renderers. It's possible to always have DirectX and multiple Vulkans. And then Mesa 3D. How much is that, 5 or 6? Pretty sure it's easy to get to 6. That's why I started with OpenGL. It's the easiest one to port from and get something working. All the basics are like easy for you. But it's like right hand side, so like you have to change the math when it comes to Open. And I believe also with Metal. I think Metal and Vulkan are the same coordinate system. I forget what DirectX is. But yeah, I think it's different than OpenGL, but I don't remember if it's different than Vulkan or, yeah, something. Yeah, so right is left in the other one. Like positive X is, and there's positive, Y is positive Z or something. And it's like, when you take models out of Blender, Blender's coordinate system is not OpenGL's, so your camera works differently, and you're just like, oh, this is insane. And later you kind of like, oh, I just replaced this with this, and it works, and it's like, oh, why isn't it that easy? And because the way I statically confine myself, but then you do want those extra features that you kind of dreamed about because you ran into this problem. You have to clone this. What we have to do you don't necessarily have to clone it. Happiness or failure about okay. Let's write some readme stuff. Wish I had my all my donation links here. I'll just use simplicity. But we do need to add later the server code here. Let's just commit this for now. We don't even have a Windows server. If I could even find the Linux files here. I believe I have them, but I have to go inside the machine to like pull the latest ones. If somebody does get these files, they'll just have to suffer and figure it out. Alright, so let's just ls Linux real quick. Linux server. I believe 6 is the most updated version, but they'll have to figure out like how to actually make this work. I could log in through SFTP and just download them that way. I don't think FileZilla is installed, and damn it, yeah, whatever. Install that crap. Or I could just FileZilla with, SFTP with Notepad++, but I don't think Notepad++ plugin is installed. It's installed on the other computer, but that's for the Raspberry Pi, and it's a different network. So I want to test that across 2 different networks on the same router, and one off of the cell phone tethering. Yeah, we don't have it here. Not yet. I would have to reinstall it, and my Notepad++ would go to crap for a little bit. So we do have a make file. And it always screws it up whenever I copy paste this file, so that's the problem. Yeah. I may have to make a makefile for the other things, so it's kind of good that I'm looking at this. Because I could build it with just a command. Like, up your C++ skills game. By watching this. Why is it common multiplayer 3, not 4? Let's see which common multiplayer we're using in our build for the Windows. I believe I updated it, kind of. Yeah, it's common multiplayer 5. Oh my. I remember reading the sequence buffer packet thing. Article from, you could find that article by going to game networking sockets. It's from Glenn Filner. So we need to really concatenate this file and save it first. Print it out. Why is it not on the server? I haven't done this in a while. Impulse command was, it's probably not even being used. Okay, let's just commit delete for now, and then later we'll subversion to Linux. Ah, damn it. We should subversion to Linux right now. We shouldn't get too far ahead here. Can we delete this? How do we put it into the trash? Never actually had to have to delete a file because I just don't. We are going to move to RTS Server 7 really soon, so we have to create a subdirectory for 6. And that's the thing. this it? Yeah, I think this is it. Commit file. Yeah, because I believe I had common multiplayer 4 on the other one. Let's just commit this one and then move on to the Linux graphical client. And then we'll keep figuring this out. So we gotta import text and do all these other things really. This is just for fun. This is the fun, easy part. It's good though for scientific purposes or educational. But who cares about educational? Unless you actually want to do this. Okay. Let's hit enter a bunch. And do it like that. Kind of a stupid way of doing this. I bet I'm gonna get some sort of text formatting garbage problems. But it's going to be easier to look at the code later on mobile and figure this out better. Yeah. It's nice at a different state of mind. And how this is going to have to merge into a super project with game networking sockets and a TCP chat server. That's the next thing, is like make a little box and start coding up the TCP and HTTP curl request servers. Alright. Since that's done, we only need like 3 files really. Well, 4 with the night file, but 3 server files. I tried to make this thing like small, simple as possible to compile, because it will grow fast. That's why. And this thing needs like a lot of, because this thing also should be inside of the client, so the person can. So a lot of this will have to be recorded again. Like it's already kind of being set up for that. This Win32 socket. Blah 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 blah. So a person can just host the game themselves. But a lot of this stuff is going to be handled by game networking sockets at some point, I guess. Alright, so we have this, just in case somebody wants to mess with this. We have the server code. It's the starter pack. Okay, so let's go to Linux and make a client. If it's possible. They're like, alright, we're looking at Raspberry Pi Zero kernels here. I got a new Raspberry Pi Zero kernel, and for some reason it didn't connect when we tried last screen. And I think I was connecting to it. Now it works. I rebooted it, but it should have just booted just fine. It just didn't. Maybe I need to turn the TV on and just see what's going on the screen. And this newer kernel actually runs a little better, because the other one was just clogged with bloat. Yeah, we have RTS server 9 now. So we have to merge all this. And then we have to make a subfolder for our RTS headless server, Raspberry Pi, and Linux, and fork those two. Because there's going to be a difference in game networking sockets later, because I needed to check what version this is. Wow, it's 12. On the other Raspberry Pi it was 4.9, and game networking sockets had a minimum of 7. So I couldn't. Well, I started to compile stuff. I got Chronobuff 2.6.1 compiled, and some other shit, I believe. Yeah, I got 2 things compiled. It took a while. It took like, I want to say 24 hours, but it might have been 12. I don't know. I just like left it on, and I have like 2 scrolling quads and a color switching quad on the screen so while I sleep I just see this like cool like what do you call them, screensaver, and if the screensaver lags it means maybe the thing is lagging, but I don't think it is because since it runs on video card you don't really notice it. Like if you were to make the frame rate uniform and use that in your movement speed is equal to your frame rate, and you would see it slow down as your Raspberry Pi would slow down. All right, let's just download this. Let's get our goods and burn them up. Okay. We are over here. Gotta love Ubuntu Linux. It just feels like you're inside of Play-Doh. And there's GNOME. Like it's trying to be like really cool like Windows. But as soon as it gets to that Windows type Twitch functionality, it crashes. That's my Ubuntu experience summed up in like my entire life. So a lot of people use Ubuntu. I want to install first I want to say SteamOS, then Arch, and there's some other flavor. Oh yeah, there's always Mint and Debian. So that's like 5 operating systems there, not counting the other 6 you could install that I keep forgetting about. The server compile. This is some other thing I was working on. I'm like working on random projects on each machine, and it's just like, I'm never gonna keep track of this. That's why it's good to upload to GitHub, kind of like the way I did, because you don't need your freaking key with UCK ing. Really big problems here. You know, we forgot to compile, add to this file the assets. We have to add them here. I believe it's assets folder. Now on Windows, the way it runs it pulls it from a different folder. Pulls it from this RTS Text Renderer folder. Don't ask me why. It does some sort of conundrum with PWD. Where is the cursor? All right, now we need to research our own code. I mean, that's always good. Is it just a constant? It should be. Okay, assets, yeah. Assets, construction cursor. If we search this in the entire directory, we'll find the directory. Don't worry. Have a cursor. Oh no, it's in all these directories. I don't know which one I should go to. Oh, it is in this folder. Why didn't I see it earlier? Maybe it's not in 12. No, it isn't in 12. Then how is it pulling it when it runs? Oh, it doesn't have 12 yet. We're trying to compile something that doesn't even build on Windows yet. Okay, that's fine. So let's add int main curl. This int main is really our start of the show here. It's our main game studio site. And we will add its functionality. just like, we will jump from adventure to adventure, because this is how you do this. I'm gonna be like, every rabbit hole is a dungeon, and deal with it. Pragma once, if and different. Just this style of code for the old school. The new ones, like Objective-C, avoid this with pound import, and it's like you go into all these languages and there's semantical madness. Trying to optimize will just destroy your brain. From cancer. I love it. And here's the other thing, this project relies on curl and GLFW. Now GLFW and glue, I should have no problem getting to work on Linux, but curl and Ubuntu, I'm having a bad diarrhea already about it. Diarrhea of the mouth. It's being funny. Okay. We need to re-download this. We have it open somewhere. I've been looking at the whole screen. I can't tell what it is. Like, Ubuntu's awesome. I mean, I kind of love it and hate it at the same pace or something. Okay. Let's take care of the first order of business here. It is the assets folder. Assets folder is a good name because I believe it's the same name being used on Android. And maybe it's bad because it should be .res or resource folder, and it's bad because on Android you will need to convert the assets to compress texture sometimes, or some other weird formats to kind of compress things. But it's a good folder, and nonetheless, even if it cause some problems. It's a standard fread folder, or an assets open read folder. So you're doing it through that system. Placeholder. .text is our magic way of creating directories on GitHub. Okay. Let's upload our assets from our older projects. We even have a camera and GLTF file because obviously I was doing a super advanced camera tutorial as a part of this creation. Okay. Then I think I created also a pivot, or a, what do you call these things? It's always good to have one of these things. We have a real engine here. First, let's upload this, and then we'll get to the UI folder. The UI folder contains some more or less looking better icons, though we will have to convert these to 128 by 128 because I don't have the system working yet for it to be 64 by 64. But 64 by 64 would be really nice too. It would be nice to have both or a switcher. But everybody uses 64 by 64. 128 by 120 just looks nicer. And you could pack more niceness into it. The cool little game engine though, it uses one 256 or 512 by 512 texture, and it has 64 by 64 icons. And I think it packs the text into 256 by 256. Now, caps lock matters on Linux. This is where it gets funner. Alright, so we've done some good things. Later we could upload the Raspberry Pi server. Maybe we can do it now. There could be a non-latest kernel, so we also have multiple operating systems for Raspberry Pi. I feel compliant. Okay, let's just... Because I have the other SD card. Where the hell is it? It's around here somewhere. And I think I was developing also on that. Like, I need to actually have 4 Raspberry Pis and just develop on like 4 of them, which just slows me down. It's garbage. Because yeah, it's too many headaches committing all this code. It's better to just release it for Android and deal with that crap. And then you have iOS, so it's like, it's horrible. Should we start with 6 or just go straight to 9? Yeah, this has common multiplayer 4. And we're up to common multiplayer 5. Get rid of some of the garbage links in here, like some random Hugging Face link. The hell is this? Like, this just wastes time later. That was like the point. Okay. That was a good waste of time. It was some, I think it was a motion capture pool repository I should have cloned. Damn, okay. It generates 3D skeleton animation based on text prompts? That's cool. Oh, that goes into the deep rabbit hole. Okay. Shouldn't have deleted that line. Whatever. It's actually one of those things I need for like a video game. Like, hey, generate the guy standing like in Call of Duty all tough and stuff like this. Because this server really needs to get ported to the big Linux box for professional coding, not Raspberry Pi slow thing that never worked with this game. Maybe it will. So anybody can play it then. then it's easier to port like to old Android. There's new Android and old Android. It's OpenGL, yeah, it's 2.0 versus OpenGL, yes, 3.0. You might as well use 3.0 if you could support it. It's like these are like simple-ish files, but this practically does nothing except for like a few tests that don't work yet, right? Let's see what the code says. Are we running the Raspberry Pi server? We should be. Let's go copy this assets folder over. It's just, there's like a massacre of things to do in this little project. Then we'll have to build this on Windows. But I wanted to build it on Linux too, but okay. Because we don't have the few files yet that we need. I wanted to modify the text files more. Alright, in order to do that, this is going to be a scrolling game. I mean, inside my project, not the game itself, but maybe the game itself will have some sort of scrolling stuff. Okay. Quad cache text 11. So we need a quad cache text 12. This will just be this version. We kind of do need another notes file. I need to put like yeah, so it can like maybe just call like two big chunks. It knows like everything is in between these two chunks, and then just like, I don't know if calling subbuffer 10 times versus 2 times with a little bit extra data is going to be the big difference. But I guess in settings, somebody can just like switch that, and it shouldn't like be different. Like they won't even notice, but whatever little heat and electrons that saves, who cares? But it'd be a nice feature. So we'll start quad cache 12. Quad cache text 12. I'll create it, but I won't start moving it over. Maybe I'll move over like one file. Yeah, because I think glow cube and OBJ, what the hell? What was this about? Yeah, I think I wanted to make a cube that glows. There is a project I have that already has that in WebGL. No, I need to add not a header file, a source file, the main of it all. And the problem is that this main doesn't really contain the real code. It just contains the stuff that calls the main code. So it took a little while to do it all right. Okay, whatever this. Okay, the project's not yet ready. It's just like in its infancy. We really need to start importing to this project just to see what kind of disaster we're going to get. We should only need, let's import the renderer class first. I need to do this carefully. So out of 11, is it this one? Is this the renderer one? It looks like it. Oh, this looks bad. What is this garbage? This looks like garbage. Why is it here? Is this really how it looks like? It's not gonna work. It doesn't even use the main thing. I think it needs to be cleaned up. But since this is a new project, 11 can be cleaned up, and then 12 is not even like pasted yet, so it wouldn't matter. So our renderer is really this stupid this state engine renderer, which like sucks. It just keeps track of the number of vertices, and that's it. But that's kind of good. It's really simple to work with. You have some shader loader class, which kind of is peculiar, but it should work. You shouldn't need it, but I had some better ones, and I was going to build a super one, an Uber shader loader. Like, meaning you could have a reloader inside there. Alright, I'm just going to launch this for a minute. So, where is All right. Let's see how main accomplishes this. It needs actually 5 objects. It needs quad sprites. And I promised I would make more sprites. Oh, great. Okay. So we need a sprite. Something exciting. This is a good one. We can make it do that. Okay. Snipping tool has died. I don't think that worked right. I only need like 4 good sprites, I think, for now. This is a hard game. Taking a sprite picture of a soldier. Soldier's a capsule, like the rectangle cube. Oh, the MCV almost fit. The cool thing about this background is I could somehow alpha channel it. Oh, great, it didn't work. Damn it, doesn't move. How do I move this? There's no selection to move? What the hell? That's just stupider. Move it like that, I guess. There should be another one. Oh, I'll just do like a barracks, like the simplest thing. Oh, this one doesn't have barracks. Oh, this has a different MCV. And different color soldiers. No. Something else in that stupid name. Alright, so these icons are like still getting skewed. This is the rendering system I need to fix. Quad sprite image is being an instance on the floor. Quad sprite manager is our main thing. So let's Quad sprite managing sprite atlas class. So sprite tiled map atlas is the first thing we need, I think. Let's start grabbing it. One good way of doing this is close all tabs. Let's how many tabs we have open. We should have a good amount. Yeah, it's a little trashed. Let's just do that, because that'll help. This is the main part of the operation, is doing the surgery right now. We have to surgically insert only the system files needed from that one, and then I guess write another class to render this out. That way it's a little more organizationally proper. Try to do this fast. I'm just going to copy paste the files in from one end of the project and create it next. And for some reason this calls curl to get LLM sprites, so a hugging face can generate a sprite for us. That's a good possibility. We don't have image rise, which is going to be another thing we need to implement. SDB image write is really good for debugging purposes in case something does go wrong. Like, I think this writes out the whole sprite map so we could debug it. Yeah, generating images per image. And then it could just like generate an image of a unit and then send it to another Meta AI type LLM and like generate a unit. But it would be nice to get one of those really low poly. So like once all the base stuff is done, it could like have the code ready to implement that. That's what that's for. And then else, do a Linux style of directory listing, because it lists the directory and just loads all the sprites in that directory. I believe that's how this one works. For some reason, I think I included curl. I don't know why it's complaining. Okay, let's not ponder too much about that. I can just have build error phase and then build it all at once, and then we'll re-upload all the files that got added to and try to compile it on Linux also. And we'll see what's up with the server. I don't know how tired I'll get and how far before I just need to sleep. This is actually the main issue. These issues are just like naive crap. Kind of like quad data, like wanting to have just quads render. Because then I need a decal system for the like roads and stuff, and then have roads be spiral and all that fun stuff. Alright, so we got 2 files imported. Wishful thinking in Windows can actually paste. Okay. So the quad sprite manager. Get the quad sprite manager. Yeah, it's the next step in the lineage of heredity of all these. I should draw it out in paint. We could use the background text thing too. And then there's a merger. Which one is the merger? Is it the sprite tile map atlas? We'll figure that out as it goes along. Let's just save this diagram. hard because there's all these little subdivisions of things to do. And forks into rabbit holes again. I already have like a massive amount of files that are in a separate directory, which I need to start doing. Start putting these in different directories, subdividing the system. There's like no audio system. And one of the ones I looked at today, some other engine, I was really like, this like is a shitty audio system. It's like, dependent on SDL mixer, it's like, no. Die SDL, die FML. I'm already like starting to get unhappy with GLFW. We'll see how unhappy I get once Linux tries to build this. This is hard because I have to scroll so far. Let's close down 9 because it's gonna mess me up. Pretty sure. It's like my greatest fear was having this happen. Like too many of these open. Quad sprite image will be our next class. So we do have a quad sprite image. That's like right here. It's like an individual sprite on the screen. It'd be good to label these. And what they do. Smaller text font. But in the interest of time, we have to keep moving. I like to do 2 of them at a time because of the whole replace the .h and just move a little faster. Can't always see twice as fast because always be some new ones. Screwed up somewhere else. Alright, so let's get the image. This makes quads. After there's an allocation of them, it just has different coordinates, UV coordinates. There kind of is already some sort of UI system I have for that settings, like a menu UI. And I believe I synchronized main vertices to be the same on both projects. That was like the tricky part. Quad data, this is an interesting one. I believe that this was made for generating the terrain, and it was supposed to be like the most basic, like C-based entity class, like the one underneath everything, like really small object. Then there'll be 2 managers on top of it or something. All right. Let's go to Quad Cache Text 2 class, or version 2 Quad Cache Text. Which could be still a little better, like I was arguing, but with the renderer. But I guess that would be a remake of like both projects. So it's just like, I already remade the thing I was talking about. I kind of did that and just rely on manually modifying main vertices. That causes enough headaches. Make it open the .h file. I think I have to do it like this because there's already too many tabs open. Alright, so this state engine renderer thing, we may have to do something about it. And these other vertice things, it's so ugly. Why is it here? I feel like this is not in the right class, but it just has image data. This individual text class, I believe it's undone. It's like, so you can have multiple fonts or something. Oh, that's great. Let's just keep importing. And then we'll see just a list of like really bad errors everywhere. And we'll fix the errors. We'll fix the small errors probably first, even though I want to fix the big errors first. And just get to the running the multiplayer server on the Raspberry Pi, switch the IP, or maybe it's already, and then compile it on Linux, hopefully. Hopefully there's enough time. Okay, so now we've got quad cache text. We need field, and maybe background field. We're going to need image merger too. We're quite not getting to the end here. Okay, this is the right project. Scroll all the way down. Yeah, it's like getting to be a lot of stuff. I should make a folder for like, this is the text and sprite. Like at least graphics or something. And this thing is like broken. It's like illegal on GCC, I think, to do that. Like the underscore like means something somehow, and it doesn't catch it on Windows or something. It just doesn't mean anything. I don't remember where I got that piece of code, but like I've gotten some weird little piece of code where you just like write something and it doesn't seem to do anything, but it just tells the compiler like what the fuck, and the compiler doesn't care. Okay, so we've got cache text field. We kind of want this background class. Just to see what would happen if we tried to compile it. It pretty much has the same type of architecture as the text field class, except a few more funny features to play around with. The problem is if we need to get errors, we'll probably end up messing with both. Let's close all the other stuff again, because if I close all the tabs, I take out the garbage and it's just like really cleaner. So I can just copy paste faster. Okay, we need image merger class now. And I think that should be it. I think we copied like 10 files or something. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes up to 14 or 16 for some stupid reason. Oh yeah, we still need to go get image right and the implementation file system, other 2 files. So first we're going to try to compile it after we get the next class. That's H in the CPP file. Okay, this should be a part of the diagram too. I think it goes like right here. This is like an important one. Kind of does our main. thing. I like how it put it in Visual Studio. Cascadia Mono font. I should make Cascadia Mono my game font. It's actually a cool font. Make a note of that. It feels like I'm copy pasting almost every single file out of that project into this one, just loading the crap out of this one, but it's fine. This is probably unavoidable step in this whole procedure. Simply because later it can be minified more by separating into folders. It usually needs to be like even more separatable. But it's okay. So STB image right is obviously going to give us an error. It's everywhere. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. We didn't even write the implementation code. Let's first compile it. I could write the implementation code by allocating and reading the sprites, and then okay, why ft build? ft build should be fine. Okay, 32 library. Do we have free type included? Not on libraries. Libraries might be fine. It's included. Something is screwed up. Let's go scan this folder. We have to see if Explorer is running first. Okay, so free type. Oh, okay, so a little mistake here. Please include free type include. Alright, that error will go away. Next we should do STB image because it's the simpler of the two. The other one is state engine renderer. And that one I have to check through their main file for it. Texture sprite atlas loader. What the hell is this? Oh, we're not gonna have this. That's the older one. I'm gonna scrap that. Let's add STB image right. Close all of the tabs. I could just write it out and create it, but I don't trust writing things out right now. We need the implementation file first. It just says define this, and it'll create an OBJ file called STB image underscore image right implementation .obj, and it links it. So all the stuff in the H file actually gets pushed into a C++ file, but we don't see that, but that's how the machine code and the linker work. That way you don't get those like, oh, this function's already defined conflict thing. It's, yeah, it's just like a little trick. Alright, so paste this in here, create this file. In my other engine, I put all the SDBs into a separate little folder. So they're kind of like a library third-party thing. It helps out because once there's like 3 of them, some people use SDB for memory. That's the big one. I need to kind of learn that thing. All right, so we have that. But the other one is PGN lib and JPEG lib. Like, look at all this nice JPEG core stuff. It's like you don't need asset manager on Android to decode it. You can have this do it. Okay. So now go back and try to compile it. We will get that error. I think my approach to fix it will be insert it and say screw it, or should I actually look at main and see what I should see if I already have it. I really want to look at main and see if there's an engine state renderer. Okay, look, we have it set as a main project. Let's just search for the word render. There's some other stupid problems I can't believe it we're having, but whatever. A render is a nice word. It's everywhere. Popular thing to do is render. I used to like not know any kind of meaning of why they called it render. And I guess it means something with organization of like triangles and stuff. And now it means like too much. Alright, we need to look at the draw function. The conclusion, I'm massively trying to find it. The brain just activates a different part and just says, oh, how do I go around this? Alright, let's start with main. Create some cameras. This thing we're going to deprecate. And we got the cursor here. The cursor is more of an operating system call. Oh wait, never mind. It's drawn on the renderer, not on the OS. I have some garbage. I don't know why these cube positions are still here. That needs to be cleaned up. I need to clean some of this up. Like, why does main have just manual injection of the VDO? It's for testing purposes. We have 4 textures in this. Not one, but let's see. We need to get rid of this. Put the date so that I can just search the date later or something. I have to kind of like go in and fix things really fast here. This will have to be fixed. This is where you set the texture ID from your main sprite loader thing. Now, some people can use mapping for the textures and have a lot more textures and just flip through them. The theory here is using the old school way where there's sprite maps and just like a limited amount of textures and you don't know how to switch them. You have a UI thing. Other things to recode with the UI thing. Like, it has to pass in, or we'll have a global it can just access, and it's not global yet, it's just being passed around as a pointer to this system, to that system, and we just link together. It's better to pass around the global because we just kind of. Now I don't know how that benefits an L2 and L1 cache and all this talk about like C++ memory management stuff, but there's no manual code to raycast here. Oh, it's not manual, it uses John. And I was supposed to stop in the main function and I'm ending up like everywhere. All right. This looks like a really sloppy project. That's what I concluded. Let's just import that class. Actually, we need to go look at the renderer function. Why is min-max not defined? Why? It's defined in the other one. That's so dumb. When it says render, how is it figuring out how many triangles are on the screen? This is the main question. Because it only renders one mode. Like watch, it will make one draw call and it draws everything. That's like the core engine optimization and feature. That way this gets ported to something else that's potato. Yeah, it uses one draw rate call. We could optimize this for draw elements, but both, I think, from what I've read, are pretty much the same performance. Let's look at that for a second. It just spawns a bunch of thoughts. Okay, so they have to be explicitly defined and not reused. So with draw arrays, you're going to use more memories if you can't reuse the vertices, but whatever. Okay, so this is a draw array engine. My other one is a draw elements engine. I guess I converted the other one to be more advanced. Even though it's a 3D platformer, it's supposed to be not as advanced. Whatever. Let's just stick to what it's got. And I think the other one is draw arrays also, so they're fine. The only other thing we might have to do is once we copy paste that class, you might have to either implement it or just ignore it. Or just search through the code and see where it's being used. It's the state engine renderer class, which is kind of working toward the renderer class. And a few things to. The problem with it is it's using this global vertices dynamic. What if we exclude it? Because we don't need this global vertices dynamic. We just don't. Okay, we're gonna try to exclude it for now, but we'll make note that we'll forget. All right, let's comment this. And it'll just tell us where it's at. And it's probably part of that code that we don't need. So how is this individual text class being used? I don't think we need it. I think this is the shit we need to dump. Yeah, individual text class is actually an old version of text field class. There's like two classes inside this. One is an obsolete. The first one is the one being used. They got recoded. So we will just ignore that. And it should make that error go away. So this is like more code revamping than anything. All right, so we're supposed to build. Why is min-max not working? It works here. And it works in the other project. This is line code 2022. And to use the static version of Glue, you need to define this Glue static up top. We need to ask Grok, because this is a long file. Grok could accept more text. I forget what it is. It's some sort of little conundrum thing. I could actually write a min and max function. They're not hard to write. It's just, what was the good answer? I'm gonna go run some T up and all this processes. RTX text render training finished. Alright, why? Yeah, I know we could have this STD. Oh, okay, so it intersects the, there's algorithm. That might cause more problems than it solves. Okay, then there's GLM. Okay, that's what it was. There's STD min, and then there's GLM min max. This is why I didn't want to use GLM. It makes sense though. Okay, what do we need for this? It got commented out. If it's Win32, let's try GLM for a moment. Okay, before we try that, let's do this. Let's save this code. It's annoying to do this, copy paste the same thing or remove the comments, but I do this a lot in code. You notice that this is a really common thing to do. And since I wrote this, I was trying to write it for Linux at the same time, which is always fun. And here it doesn't have the float declaration in front of it because of the way the code is tracing the lines. Now this trace can be done on a thread, I heard. That would be a good implementation, fun thing to go into. I do want my sleeping schedule to change, but I don't know. So I changed that in 12, not in 11, even though it looks like I have 11. Because the mains are named by the project. That way it's harder to mix up. Okay. And still here we have the same. I think we got rid of those errors. Okay. So there's 3 left. And after that we have to write the whole implementation. And we have to copy the resource files. So and then we have to go back to that line of code I commented out. Because this uses GLM code, it's safer to say right off the bat that you should be using the GLM namespace. Why Windows assumes this, I don't have a fast answer. My assumption is something was defined somewhere with using namespace GLM, which I don't like using that for the reason of this. Once you get this conflict, it's very hard to find out why without having to go back and reading the book. Alright, so main menu. UI is missing. Right? I think that's what that means. And right callback is missing. So we have to search the other project and fix these. Now we have linker errors. This is always like the fun part of part 2. It's like when you get past 3 a.m., usually this is what you get. And you're like, oh, I love this. Let's see where update main menu is being called in this project first, and give us an idea of where we're going with this. So game state updates main menu. This is our HUD that I would have to explain for hours of how it works. But basically, it has its own little mouse callback and key callback functions they can hook into. And it just draws manually, spaghetti code-ish like this. Which is good and bad. There's perks, and then it could be broken down to more systems, but we're trying to be as minimalist as possible with this. So I think we just don't have a main menu. Let's double check this. Okay. Game HUD UI, blah blah, main menu UI. Oh, it's missing. There's nothing in this file. So I think the real fix here is just copy paste. So our main menu UI, let's just see what it does for a second. Sorry for the copy paste. It will extern our renderer, which is like those four. We should write a renderer state class maybe for these. That's why I didn't want to import that old one. It doesn't really satisfy our technical specs of the variables need. And then it pushes a quad, creates some more quads with other objects, and pushes it to the main buffer. Just kind of sloppy, but it gets us there. And it has its own V-type ID, so in certain renderers it does show up, in certain parts of the shader it doesn't, which helps us debug. And then it makes a global object, right? So let's copy paste this in and compile it. And it has some triggers for mouse clicking, so it will close stuff up. It will set dialogues, states, and that's how we kind of micromanage our whole UI. So this is how I kind of started building out my UI, just using these kind of basic, like, here's some mouse functions, here's some quads, and do this from scratch or whatever. No Windows type crazy process calling. Okay, right callback. Like what? Where is this? I know that this is a curl thing. Okay, in the main curl, it has this. And it has it in Sprite Manager. Alright, so what we need to do is either make a global callback place, or I want to call it sprite tile map, sprite tile dash. No, I can't use dash. I could use underscore though. Map. It's one of those C++ things. You're not allowed to name functions with dash, I believe, but you could use an underscore. Alright, so that's done. Now we need to worry about that sprite assignment. What was that? It was in the buttons. It was in button 4, button 1. Let's take a look at that real quick. It's around here somewhere. I don't see it. Why? Let's go to button 1. Right, it is right here. From the sprite loader class, it gets the UV coordinates. Okay, so I don't know how I store that, but I do store that, and I don't know how to access it. It would have to be accessed a different way. And this is 64 by 64, and it is from an atlas type of thing. This atlas was different from the other one, but it shouldn't matter for the video card. All it cares about is UV coordinates. And I believe I stored about UV coordinates in the other class. Alright, so what that's going to do, it's still going to pull from some texture. It's just not going to have the right UV coordinates. It's just going to use these dummy ones and pull the whole thing. Alright, so it compiled. I want to put my earphones on, but there's not going to be sound, so what am I tripping out about? Alright, so we have it running. Let's Look at the server. We got a server-based game here. Let's look at the Raspberry Pi server. I believe it's trying to use this one. Or we have to run it first. They have different common files, but I believe. Because in the other one, it was just hanging with 2 blocks right there. Waiting for data, so it didn't connect to anything. Common multiplayer 5, right? Ooh, this is gonna be the slippery slope here. Who is what server version where? Let's rerun the server, disconnect the clients, and change the IP. And we're gonna have to jump back and forth. And we still need to actually code in the text. And manage our connection a little bit. We need to send a few more things and synchronize our connection and create a new common file, create a new RTS server 10, update everything on the Linux side of the server. There's another just wave of work to do. That's why I need to eat cheese sticks. My body feels like it's starving. I can make more food. That's the main fuel that I'm like denying myself. This I believe that draws that grid plane, but when we detect grid cast, we do it against one plane because we still get the barometric coordinates, and that way we don't have to cycle through every object. It's kind of like integer predict from a float thing. I don't know. That's the easiest way to describe it. And then you just choose from a grid. Because what I should modify this to do is also to have a sub-quad data thing, like I was talking about, that sub-quad data, and green lights things. And then there's something about plane decals here. So I was trying to do quite a bit in this subject, and then AI generated a bunch of code and kind of threw some of it out, and just kept it this tile stuff and tile height, so the terrain can have like a square height. I wanted to have like cliffs, but there could also be tunnels. A lot of games don't implement tunneling. That's the mechanic feature that I was looking for from the AI today. Kind of like the engineer capturing buildings and vehicles running over stuff. Like they could also run over like little cars and regular people. Not just infantry and big vehicles over smaller vehicles. Or like another feature would be cool is if the planes can crash. Like if by accident you send your plane into a helicopter, it would just actually, they would collide. That would be awesome. Now in Red Alert 3, they actually have ships that collide, so that would be cool too. How the Imperial battle cruiser can just ram stuff, and the submarines can submerge real quick and be like, "Oh, you can't ram me!" During the power up, and it's kind of like action FPS of how you're going to maneuver that, whether you're the one being rammed or the rammer. And they could both try to ram each other, and whoever rams who first wins, or gets like the damage. Which is kind of funny. It's really cartoonish, but a good way to have fake physics and still make it like realistic or in most games. battlecruiser teleports into a flying command center, and they both get damaged, and depending on the health, that who wins. Just something like that. Yeah, that's the thing I forgot about StarCraft. You could lift buildings up in the air if you're terrain. Or Terran, I mean. Terran and terrain. I always love thinking about that. Because when you hear the word terrain, you know this is something FPS is like Terran. I mean, when you hear Terran, you know they have to do something special with terrain. They're like the good terrain guys. Which, in my opinion, it seems like Zerg is better at terrain because you just have Zerg guns and just swarm you. But Terran has to build those stupid walls to block their base early on, so it's funny. So that's an interesting mechanic of like what the classics did to kind of improve their gameplay. And just these squirrely things. I need to play Warcraft 2, but I've played Age of Empires on LAN before. LAN parties are fun. I couldn't imagine even a LAN party where people would try to code something up like this, like an RTS game, and actually have the netcode down, so all they're really doing is coding Scratch like this. There's so many. You just get like 3 really wild, crazy programmers and just merge their code and see what would happen. The tanks will have flying features, and the whole of their tank turns into a thing. Yeah, like, because in Art of War, they do have units like that transform, kind of like the Mecha-Tengu. They can, and then when they land in Red Alert 3, they do damage. That's always fun. Just put a bunch of Mecha-Tengus on top of a nuclear power plant and just let them die. The fact that they collapse out of the air. Yeah, that's the other mechanic. I have to write all these down. Alright, playing grid, we have to write down tunnels, diggers, I should rewind what I just said here. And obviously, terrain, morph, damage, cube terrain. So the cube terrain actually means Minecraft style terrain. Oh, this is going to be a fun one to have. Talking to myself. Okay, there was already like mechanics here. Paint on terrain, take dirt away, mine rocks, water dams, and river flows. So stuff would get flown down the river. If the boat didn't have enough speed and you commanded it up the river, it would still go down. Yeah, because they don't have that. They just have, you know, a water shader and maybe the waves a little bit. That's it. There's no flow in some particular direction. And it's pretty simple to do compared to like rendering really high quality water. But most people just focus on graphics and see fucking ridiculous. Or fluid physics. There is some nice ways to do it. I have a few demos. But like I looked up that crazy YouTube video by whatever his name is. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we were changing IP to server. How are we going to do that? It's probably in this UDP client class. And it's connecting to Destination 1, I believe. Raspberry Pi server is running, so we can't just check the IP. So closing it again. You can, but I might as well launch into the instance. If I can type. Yeah, it's 55. So what will happen is we will test our other server. That's running on Raspberry Pi. I think we're running already. No, that's just old shit. We should run TCP dump just to see how the packets are looking. So we could just like figure out like, oh wow, it's sending these type of packets, it's this crap version. And this is where we're going to get like stuck right now for a long time. And I think we need to allocate texture 6 and actually do some UI work. Not really too much, just like I was saying, like draw some panels and some text. Okay, let's switch to camera types 8. Find our mouse. Okay, we need to relaunch because we couldn't find our mouse. I need to fix the mouse. That's a big issue. There's a lot of things I need to fix that are big issues. Alright, so it's like every time you have to reorganize this. Close this. Does it close? Okay, it closes. Does this close? I forget. Okay, yeah. So like that's like game mode. Those are our sprites, which are like wrong. Okay, those are our cubes. They're in the right place, I guess. It spawns with like 2 cubes being there by defaulted. But it's not using the right server. It's using the older Linux server instead of the Raspberry Pi server. Okay. Not good though. So I think I changed it not to update every second like it used to. Fuck. So it looks like it received the cube ID 3 at position 222.111.222. It's not putting this in the right position. I think the server is supposed to calculate where it goes in the newer version. Yeah, the server mismatch kind of causing us some headaches. Let's relaunch that. So what we'll do, we'll figure out why this crap would not work. It got the wrong IP address, even though we changed it. But it looks right. Destination is the wrong IP address. It should have been destination 2. It was destination 2, which is the funny part. Like, why didn't it work? What we need to do is dest equals 5. No. I'm mixing this up. I'm getting confused about being confused. It's always confusing. So it was destination 2. This converts it into a struct address. A struct in a. the S stands for struct, the IN stands for input or something. Whatever the classical C means. Okay. 8. Let's see what the debugger keeps telling us. Error, get client ID from server, get object ID from server client. Send to failed, right at intersects cube. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Send new box, array intersects cube. I forgot what all this means. I believe I was at the point where I was doing this part. What does it say? Waiting for data? What? Okay. The only thing I could think of is spin up the older version of the server. I think I might have coded the server before I coded the client or something. Common multiplayer 4. For some reason, somebody mentally ill keeps messaging me, and I don't really care. I wonder what they're doing this Sunday, except for taking like a big fucking cloud and making more of them. Clouds are always a good thing. It would be good to have some clouds here. Alright, so we have some other problems. Like, I don't understand here. Why did this pop up? Oh, because there's like a invisible thing. Alright, so we have to rewrite all the netcode. That's wonderful. Oh, I forgot. You can go up and down also with this camera. There was a version where this worked. Alright, let's go to version 10. Hope for the best. What server should we run? It doesn't work, everything's broken. No. We have to run the 64-bit version. Okay, there's like a lag. Good. See those two cubes, they got synchronized. I don't see our mouse, so we found our mouse. Good. I think there might have been another hotkey we're supposed to use. Like mouse 4. If I remember correctly. There is a cube over here. Oh no, that's the cube I'm drawing. I need to change the color of these cubes. The ones that's on the server and the one I'm going to pre-draw should be different. I need to make hover work. I don't know why hover doesn't work. Okay, so this one didn't have that stupid sprite thing. Okay, let's go to version 9. Alright, so this does this. See the cubes being synchronized. Who the hell would we connect to? Raspberry Pi or Linux? I think we connected to the Linux. Yeah, it's really sending. But the problem is I have no clue on how it's doing anything. Let's go to 12 and just start fixing 12. Restart the server. We don't really need the Linux server, we should just build a new one. Raspberry Pi didn't get connected to or something. We just need to do some basic networking. Troubleshoot or something. Troubleshooting. Okay, we could ping it. So we know it's there. Alright, so join command. So I believe I made a packet buffer here. I made a packet queue. I do have like my notebook, so I can just look through some notes. I should just do that. It'll help me remember something. There, I have a picture of this. Okay. So what's going to happen is I'm going to draw a diagram. We have to brute force through this because I forgot where I was. What it does is it puts it into the graphics layer from the networking layer. This is sort of the diagram here. I drew it in text because this was like stupid. All right, so 9 actually used to be called Common Player 4. Let's see if there's any difference between this one and Raspberry Pi and what the difference was between this one and 8. It'll give us a tip. And if we compare common and that tip, we should be able to figure something out of why we're just not getting anything. Or where it was. So I remember something was like working, but I changed something to optimize, to fix something, and it was in the middle of that, and that's why it's complete broken garbage. So you see this kind of simplistic-ish thing here. We could add more cubes to kind of give us a hint that we're connected to the right server and some things are working. And while we're doing this, we might as well put some text on the screen and some sprites, because this is just like stupid. Like, who codes these serverless things for no reason? And like at night, and it's already daytime. So probably physics is disabled, but we do have a gravity. It's always like efficient, especially when it's just a constant for no reason. I can't even read this code now. I remember it like it used to be like all over this code, and it's just trying like, oh. All right, so this is running right now. And it has some locks, some waits, and something about like mutexes and unlocking C++ code. Like really advanced, cool stuff. It broadcasts these packets to all the clients. So I guess we need like one more client. That's always the answer. All right, so what do we have running on Raspberry Pi? Do we have the server running? We have server 8 running. Oh, this was the debug. Okay. Let's close the debug just so we can jack this command. And sort it into Raspberry Pi instance. TCP dump is not found. That's why I think why it's better to do it on the Linux. Because it will be found. Alright. It might lag the Raspberry Pi out too much to use it. That's why we must install it. Okay, I'm just gonna follow like a zombie the first thing it tells me. That doesn't work. So it seems to exist, according to this crap. Let's just read these jackass posts. This is fixed with sudo apt-get install TCP dump. We might need to commit this to our GitHub as a note. So whenever anybody uses our latest code, they know how to. I don't know how to do the README thing for GitHub, so I'm just gonna call it readme.txt. I'm gonna do like a unpacking. It looks like it's gonna install. At least it got it. Will it work? We'll find out. Will it bloat the whole Raspberry Pi? Probably. So we'll just destroy it just to have this feature. Alright. Let's run this again. Alright, so let's listen. Because I see right here, it's not doing anything. So we were supposed to compare these two files first. So we need another instance. Make sure it didn't change something and then just like revoke it. These files should be identical in the server head 9. And they should both be like threaded server files. What I should do is just tell AI to analyze this and just tell me why it's not connecting to my client. What kind of problems am I having? And I'll just get like tipped off to where I kind of left off and do all the comparison. I just have to spend another 6 hours just messing with this part. I think I should just go design the UI and play with the text for now, since we touched upon this subject. But basically what this does, it has a list of clients. It has to send it to all the clients, but the problem is it can't just like do stupid shit, because some shit is atomic, and I need to add an atomic here. This stupid Raspberry Pi is too updated to simulate the other ones, but that's kind of good and bad. See, this should be identical. Okay, that's identical. I don't know why it doesn't think it is. There's like one new line. It's not identical, maybe. What the fuck? I can't tell like this. It looks identical, kinda. Let's see. But the stupid change thing fucked everything up. So that didn't change. It just says it did. The stupid ass formatting got stupid assed. There's like one more tab on one of these sides. That's the same shit. Really nice how it did this to me for no reason. If I format it right, I think it's identical, just by speculation. Alright, let's just see what the TCP dump says. This is, requires more investing. What the fuck, Tori? The other problem is like, why do we have common multiplayer 5? There's train command, right? And there's multi-command packet 1. So I was designing this multi-packet thing. That's what I was designing. Okay. That's what I assumed. I was gonna look at the end of the file, and I think I changed some sort of really and now it wants free type? What was it smoking back then when it ran? Okay, let's switch to 32-bit. I think I'm linking a static 32-bit version of free type and a DLL version for 64-bit. That's fine then. And that square disappears once you raycast something else or something, or once you raycast that. There's some automatic raycasting going on too. I'll hit start game. 8. Does it try to send a packet no matter what, if it's connected or not? I think so. Because it says send the box. Yeah. Let's connect. Alright, that looks better. And it did create a box. What the fuck is going on here? Alright, yeah, this is what it was close to doing. Flashing stuff. There is a third cube that was supposed to be random. So we created that cube. Yeah, so it was doing shit like this before. And then the last index it was stopping on and just drawing that. So we have to fix this bug. But before we do that, we need to make the UI hover over stuff. And probably fix our mouse. So it knows about those cubes. Like it sees them on the server, but the client or the server. That's what we're getting back. We see the cube ID 1 at these particular coordinates. And just from reading the debug info, there are different coordinates. This is garbage. It just thinks it's ID cube 1. It's not incrementing ID cube. What the server is sending me is trash. Well, not really. It still has those cubes in place, and this cube just keeps moving around. Alright, so this is how we could read what it's sending. This is like really easy to read. Okay. Let's close that down for now. For a second. Okay, there's so many packets were sent. So we could send a bit more packets. Let's close this down too for a second. We know it's a problem with the ID and we're not running the right or the latest version of the server. So let's run the latest version. Then we'll clone it to RTS Server 10. Merge the common multiplayer file. Brainstorm while we code the UI a little bit with the new text features. That's like really exciting. The new text feature should allow me to draw text on the screen. The only problem is that I didn't implement the color. I didn't implement that stupid background crazy class though for a reason. So that's always like a plus. Why it was not working before is the interesting question. Okay, so this says V3. So why was the other one nuts? I don't know what the hell is going on. It's almost like it did some weird thing. Maybe you had an old DXE. What the hell? All right, start game. Enter to connect to it. Okay, we got 3 cubes on the screen. There should be some cubes somewhere else. That cube, no, that's my mouse. Because these are more solid. I did fix the solid in the hologram cube. Uh-oh. The vector subscript is out of range. So it's trying to draw a cube that's not existing yet. Cool. Abort, retry, or ignore. Let's ignore. Uh-oh, that crashes the computer. Almost did. But it doesn't really let it. Alright, so what can we do here? We have to just run in debug mode and see the source of the crash. Let's see what the server ended up doing. So it has 3 cubes. It got a move packet. I don't know what it tried to move. You could send it also move packets of the player camera capsule moving. Yeah, it's like the player camera location. Let's connect again. This is it. Yeah, we need to have it so it tells us we're successfully connected somehow. Start game. Press start game. Damn it. All right, so that got there. That is cube number build command packet. Sequence number 3. So this has sequences now. The position was 13.3, 2.8. We should label these, because once we get font working, we could actually draw through 2-dimensional text on top of these somehow. That will be a lot of work though. Okay, so that's cube ID, object ID 1. But yeah, now it sends the object ID, but the server knows that the client is sending a build packet. Build is misspelled. It's spelled B-U-I-D. The L just kind of slipped out of my hand because, okay, it's at 13.2 and 5. So this one should be like around 13.3 at 7. Yeah, okay. So they're there. Okay, I sent another one. It took a little while for it to build, but let's build these buildings. I sent more packets though. It seems like it lost some packets. Oh no, it got there. It just didn't synchronize in the right order. Yeah, so we have to synchronize in the right order. Yeah, so that one got there. I clicked like 2 times, yeah. So let's see. The next thing is, like I was saying, let's write this down. We need to recode the server. Okay. Can we run another instance? Not in this because it's tracking it in debug. But what happened is the first time we connected, it killed us because it sent us the packet and we got indexed out of range. So we never addressed that error. So I think we will crash with the next client. It'll load up. It'll tell it that there's like 7 cubes, and it'll be like, I don't have 7 cubes on the graphics card, not even on the CPU part of the graphics, and it'll just crash because it'll just try to index bounds. It's the way this stupid graphics works. It's like I didn't allocate like the way I did in the other one or something. Are we running 64-bit? No, x86. Where's the binary? Oh, I don't know what to do. All right, the problem with this is we need to go fetch the binary out of this other folder and then paste it into this folder. And the problem with doing that, you get outdated and you start executing these same binaries and you feel like an idiot because you have to keep copy pasting it. And if you forget, it just runs the old crap. But where's the binary? Let's just rerun this and just see if it crashes. Because that's our main concern actually right now. It's not to show off that, oh, it's in debug folder. But it should crash. Let's just connect. Wow, we got all the packets right away. We got everything that we built. Okay, interesting. Kind of good, kind of like, what the fuck? Should have built a new building over there if I clicked. What if I click mouse 4? Oh, that does like a crazy raycast for all the objects. And while that lagged, we got that packet. Okay. So let's see. Where is the executable? Oh, I'm so confused. Like, why am I unable to find it, but I see it right there? How is this different? Oh, it's just debug, that's why. It's not the subfolder of the subfolder. It's this crap. So this is how our texture map of something looks like. This might be from an earlier version. So it creates this, only for these characters, but it's possible to get the multi-language. So we got more EXEs here, we have to pick the right one, which is this one. And if we just run this, it won't have the resources. And it will crash for whatever reason that was. So let's try to place it in the right place. See if it just runs and then connect to the server. That's why I made the return button connect to the server so we can manually do it. In real situations though, you join the server like automatically it has to do a lot of things in the background. You never. Okay, so we're missing the curl debug DLL and the GLFW DLL. Oh wow, okay. It could be missing more DLLs, but let's just fetch those for now. What the hell is this? Cache cast weird, which is not. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's like older progress. Let me just throw that in somewhere else. That's a bad place for just storing trash-like material. But that's actually like golden stuff. So this is when I made this. There's a Skydome system. That's cool. So much good stuff in here. But we actually just go and get some stupid DLLs that like I didn't know I needed. I could make it static and just build it all into the EXE. We might need to zero D2. I like when it's more in this format. Directories. I'm sure everybody needs to know about that, but that's why I said it. Okay, so I think we need these two DLL files, but I think we might need all of these. So what we'll do is we'll open the other folder side by side, like not insane people. And just copy paste it next to the exe. Yeah, I'm like so bad at shipping assets, I don't even know how this is going to work later without Microsoft Visual. Okay, we do need Visual Studio running. Because what you could do is you could run this and attach the debugger. So like when it's more of a live type environment, you could figure out more things. Like, why doesn't this work when it's actually in the folder it's supposed to be, not inside some stupid crazy code project folder? There's a little bit of difference, but whatever. All right, so let's switch to the right camera. I need to just default to the right camera and figure out some of the, because this camera, the problem is it rotates. If I make the other camera, it won't have this mouse issue, or it still will, I think, but whatever. Let's connect. We should get the same boxes everywhere. Okay, it's synchronized. So like, let's say we had this one staring. We have to do this crazy Windows mouse trick. If I achieve this, press Windows key, okay. See how on the other one we could still see things rendering? We need to make one of the cubes, like this initial one, and a few more initial ones, move up and down, side to side, and rotate. That way we could see the lag when we sort things, and one just kind of disappearing and appearing, like one being added to the list and subtracted to the list. That's going to be the trickier one. Shifting, sign, wave, position, networked, cube, that's going to be one. Two, shifting, sign, wave, Y, position, cube, rotating, cube, and add, and disappear, cube. Now the add and disappear cube, I don't know. It could just be a flag. It wouldn't have to like add it to the array. It's just so annoying. An attribute. All right. So we're staring at the same thing, right? I think the mouse is lost in the other one. Let's build in front of its face. Put it right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, 22, 24, 25. It's not appearing. Okay, let's click here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, a multiplier failed. Scrap the whole game. It didn't work. Okay, so cube size is 36 cubes. We did add a few more cubes recently. Oh, okay, so the problem is it's not pushing through the shit. If I press second mouse button, yeah, it pushes shit through. It gets stuck. Okay. Fix stuck error. Maybe it's a lock or something. Write a threads to check locks, or that don't have locks. What's going to happen? I don't know. Yeah, it's like program atomics all of a sudden, like. And second mouse button is this cool thing. Sending a bunch of packets. Yeah, now it appears. It's because the client is just receiving and never sending anything. This client needs to send something. Just something idle, just something like, fuck you. Because then it stops. In a way, that's very good. It kind of idles down the connection. Like, let's look at the server here. This is what it looks like. There's nothing going on because the clients aren't sending anything back, but it's cool because it's sending like back and forth. And we're not running the debugger. Where is the other Raspberry Pi instance? Oh, okay, here it is. So this is the traffic right now. I think most of this is going out. Yeah, it says out right there. You see out, 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 out. So we press the second mouse button, we send some in. Looks like move farther from the grid, a little bit more cleaned up. Let's build like a little house right here. I have a game where I can build cubes on top of cubes, which would be good for the map editor like this. And I built them, but they don't appear. Let's go to the other player. So they should appear somewhere here, and let's like send some mouse to. Are they gonna appear? What the fuck? Yeah, so imagine there's like 5,000 units, and it has this problem. We need multi-packet support, and we need better synchronization. This is terrible. Like, where are my cubes? I built cubes here. I can tell because I see these ray-casted lines. See those lines? No. It's a different shader, but with this shader, it draws stuff differently. It doesn't make that go away. So there should be a bunch of cubes here, unless it's losing the packets. And it needs to have an acknowledgement that it got them or something. It's part of the system. So there's 84 cubes now. So that's what the server is telling us. All right, one appeared. Where is it? There it is. Maybe we need to just send more. But sending more doesn't mean you're going to receive back right away. The order of them is stupid. It needs to figure out that it just got something new. Because if the client gets an old packet, an old cube, it doesn't like tell us. So we need to have some sort of system that tell a cube was updated. And in like the collision sandbox system, like Glenfielder built, and the ODE engine, it only sends the cubes that had changes. So that's an interesting thing to ponder about. What if the client just joined? And you've been running with a bunch of wild trolls that have been building for a mince bag of years. Then you would have to like store your objects on SQL and preload them. So we have 111 cubes and they're not even spawned. So I'm just going to go take a break and they'll spawn eventually. I'll just zoom out on this screen. I hope he's spawn eventually. So this is stuck. I have 258 cubes and they're not showing up. Relaunch server. Let's go back to the text and some UI stuff. Let's close everything but this. Later on I gotta synchronize the common multiplayer, but I feel like the best thing to do is just get some sleep. This. I don't know about the shader loader test, we're going to need that, but let's just keep note of it. I think the other one has a shader loader class. I don't know if I cloned that one. I don't want to complicate all of this, but I don't think there's a good choice. So we'll just do that. Yeah, I'm missing some parts here. Like, where's the global other thingers? I think they're declared in some other place. They're just global and they're just getting instantiated. We will need to maybe write a separate FPS counter thing. Shader loader class, sprite thing. The sprites, we tell it to load. It doesn't scan the directory here. It actually just loads the ones we specified. Okay. So we will need to do this. Then we insert the sprites of the tiles into the image merger class. And we load the fonts. Making a new font cache text field next text. So is the background. After they're made, this could actually be before they're made. The image merger class, let's see what would happen if we put it ahead of making these. Because we don't, after we load the font, it should be fine. Okay. Then we load the texture into memory. When we do that, we need to get the ID. Is this a public or a private variable? I think everything is public, yeah. What we need to do is get texture ID anyway, I think. Okay. Etc. Just add it. I think I might miss a few lines, but because this should be all I need to do on the side of the other project. Well, in a different style. It would be good to test it in main. First, let's set a notes file. Notes, adding sprites, and text, dot text. Alright, so then we go into our main function. Let's just include everything here also, but we will need to include it in other places, like the UI stuff. This will be commented as this. Let's try to build it first, and then we'll try to add the code. Okay, some weird stuff. What is this? Oh, okay, so this errored out for some reason. Something inside of that file makes that unhappy. I wonder why. Probably because one of them says use namespace GLM. Okay, so this is line number 2035. That's why I kept this around. But I think I need to get rid of that thing. Okay, good, it went away. So the stupid fix, and I don't like it at all. Because I know on Linux I'm going to get big trouble for this. So that should build. So mouse 4 is the one that says just did hit. It doesn't send anything. Why doesn't it show where we are? It's not parsing something right, but whatever. This needs to be instantiated before the texture loads. Alright, here's the textures loading. Yeah, and then the cursor can get added to the sprite map too. And then we would have to reinsert it. To go into our sprites directory. Wow, damn it. Comment to date. Okay, UI icons. We're going to load assets. I'm going to re-put this elsewhere. You have to like, not revamp the whole system, but kind of do a little house asset keeping. This has assets for the UI already. For these buildings. but they're 64 by 64. It's not compatible with our thing. Even though we can make them compatible by just loading them. And I don't know what would happen. For now, we are going to make a new folder called UI icons. My thing was I wanted to do an upgrade and do both 64 by 64 and a few other sizes and have some sort of sorting system for that. Here, if I organize by dates, I made, I think, some of them 512 by 512. Yeah, like I have icons like this. This is actually a good icon. It's a cool looking one. It's very simple. But for now, we're going to use these ones, because these ones are kind of like what I wanted to look like at first. Okay. Did we make this function work yet? No, not yet. We just added it. So we should add this. Should allocate these objects before the texture load. Shader. After the shader loads, which is here. So shader loader object here. The other one is a little bit more eloquent. Let me see, I think I'm forgetting something here. Oh yeah, we need to also, after we load these, we need to write the sprite map. We don't need to actually write it. But it's for debugging purposes. That should work. And after we write that, we insert this into this, make a new. Now first we make the image data merge class to get its functions. Insert the sprite PGNs as one. And we load the font and then insert the font into channel 4. And with that size, with 24 by 24. And then load the texture into GPU memory. Alright, once we loaded the texture in GPU memory, kind of like double coding this makes it confusing, but I need to add that to notes to how I added this. It helps clarify. So let's insert this into the uniform somehow. Okay, once that's loaded, the shader loads, some bullshit stuff gets pushed to the thing. Then we're adding our textures, and then texture 5. Where's texture 5? Texture 6. Where's the thing I commented out? It should be. Oh yeah, texture 6 is equal to load OpenGL context. So it'll be this shit instead. Alright, those are notes. Okay, so let's just build this and see if it runs and there's some sort of gnarly error. We didn't even fix that crash that we had, so I don't know. Why is that open in the menu? I guess it changes the state. I need to debug that. When you click here on the screen, it opens it. It's a 2D check, I believe. Okay, whatever. It's kind of annoying because it should disable camera rotation. Alright, let's connect. I don't think there's anything to connect to. There is. I think I relaunched it. Yeah, it's still working. So how is button 4 doing this? So let's say button 1 had a text field object. It doesn't have a quad instance or anything. It just creates some quads. But how does it texture itself? Does it make 2 quads or what? Oh no, HUD GUI button one. Sorry, I get those two confused. Okay, so this creates this thing. And the type is this, if I equals 3. What the hell is I? So it creates 4 elements. There's like some stupid shit stacked on top of each other. And I think the order matters. The order doesn't matter if we set Z a certain Z. So we have to know what Z is. And then set our Z position of the text. And the text doesn't support a Z position. So we have this saved in the other project, so let's just go crazy here. First we'll add the text field. I don't know why we have this stupid index here, but let's just say we don't care. We actually need to make a quad sprite field. Let's first make a text field, as I feel like it. Let's do this the way. So we created this text field, right? We need to instantiate it as soon as the object gets created. So let's instantiate it like right here. So this will be a new, how do we do this? A new text field class. This is in order how to change it. We'll call this varx. So once we've made a new one, we will change it to varx, or it'll default to like all that garbage stuff. And we need to redo it so by default it'll just be blank or something. And this is sort of like the alpha test. So we don't know the position, so it'll just draw anywhere on the screen by default place. But we'll know it works if we see it. Yeah, so new plot cache text. We could have called it something shorter, but that's just what it came out to be. We don't have this here either. So once that's done, we should push the VBO. And it'd be nice if there was a change text or update text function that automatically did this. Or a constructor where, like, if you did specify the text, it would automatically add it, so it would be faster. So yeah, when coding it, you kind of get the right ideas. Alright, so we're not going to do any kind of key callbacks yet. Let's just see if it shows up. In order for this to work, obviously we're going to get errors, like build errors. It's going to be like, I don't know what cache field text is. So we just go to the kitchen and find a bottle and sorry. I was having some really weird dreams. I were like stuff I shouldn't mention. Alright, so yeah, it's like, what the hell is this? What are you trying to do here? Because the type specifier is missing. Now it's not. It knows what type that is, and it's defined. And since the C++ file includes this H file and includes the other H files, everything should be fine. I was going to trace circles around the change I got today at 7-Eleven on this diagram. In order to draw the circles we're going to get around the units at some point, and actually code that in. But I think we should just try to compile this on Linux now. After we add the sprites, maybe. Alright, so it compiled, right? I should go fix up some of those warnings, but because let's start up the client and see what happens. We don't see that text unless we go into game mode. I don't see that text at all. I don't know if it loaded or anything happened. The shader shouldn't even support the text, right? It doesn't know about it. So where is it? Like, it should be on the screen somewhere. Or it can be in La La Land. You see the menu over there. Camera can zoom in also. Switch. Oh, I saw it right there. No, that wasn't text. How was that? That was just the bottom of that. My eye played tricks on me. See that crap. Alright, so we don't have the shader, I believe. So the text relies on the graphics card to be programmed a certain type, and we're sampling from texture 6. So this is the shader code. Sorry, it's so hard to read. If we plug this into Notepad++ and save it somewhere as shader code sandbox folder, and just because I don't want to just like create garbage cans and dumpsters. Let's see if that colorizes this. It doesn't. Okay. We could switch the extension, but that's not the problem. Colorize shader code. I think Visual Studio could do it. I need a plugin to do it. Or I can make my own plugin. There's a shader website. Code share, what the hell is this? Probably some cool tutorial websites right here. But we're gonna like miss out. Yeah, so this is how it's supposed to be. These are some parallax map. Super cool shaders. I don't know why it says text color. That's not text, it's a texture. Oh wait, it's the same word inside of the word. So these guys are non-TikTokers trying to be cool. These are basic transparency. Yeah, so this is some tutorial of shaders. It's a nice little world. I like how it looks around. I don't know, not everybody can tell. I'm not looking at too many screens. Okay. So one way I can highlight this is shader toy, but I actually wanted to go to a different website. There's a website called shader.org. Yeah. This has an app I think I can download. So if I file new empty, yeah, sure. But the problem with this, it looks like it's GLSL. It looks like GLSL format. This would be cool for writing source SDK shaders. But shader toy is GLSL. So HLSL is DirectX and GLSL is OpenGL and OpenGL, but there's a few differences. So it obviously doesn't understand the code, but it understands the highlight of the syntax. So that's one way you can do that without having to do anything. Okay, so I can do it without it. I can just deal with it. I forget what uniform type we default to. This is where I'm kind of left, like lagging in the end. So what I have to do is grab this variable, find it, see what it's being set to initially. And it should be being set to, oh no. Yeah, so being set to 1 as main loads. So that means it'll be set to this rather than all whatever this does. 2, 3, 1, 4. I think 4 is in the front. All right, so if it is of type let's do it this way. I'll do it more tutorial style, better. And it's still going to turn out horrible to understand. So if it's this type that's being set here, when it gets passed into the vertex array attributes of 3000, it is officially a text character. So the graphics card will know, treat this as a text character. Now let's see if in all these else if statements here that are hard to read, you can still read them though, if there's a 3000, and I don't think there is. Looking through this, we get up to 300 and kind of will stop at 500. Okay, so we need to write else if, and since it's floating point, its precision can get lost. So I round up from a 0.5, so it won't get lost that much. So let's write 29999.5 if the type is greater than 2, and then the V type is less than 3005. It would actually be better if it was more like 4000, like the whole range of 1000 would just be for text, different effects. Let's just leave it like this for now. Then we need to sample from the right texture coordinates. So we're going to get to the UV coordinates, which is usually a parameter like uv.xy. You can see it right here being used for, here it's called text coordinate. So we know we're going to be using text chord. We're going to sample from texture 6. That's where we loaded our texture for the merge sprite map. And then we're going to make a new color. So let's declare a new color. Call it vec 3 or 4. Text sprite color. It could also go underscore sample to be a little more thorough, but so we got that, but we don't know what to do. So I'll kind of explain what happens here from the other code. This is the part of code I didn't really move, right? Because I could have just pasted the other code into the shader, and that would just create an error. So you would just be like, what the fuck? Why did you just paste two shaders on top of each other? Or tell the AI to try to rewrite them together. But that would take longer. And then I would just give up and write it myself anyway. So you just have to know this part. It would actually help to explain it. So we have this quad text shader, frag, and vertex. The one we want, we will have to also modify the vertex shader. The frag shader is a little harder, that's why we started with it. And here it is. If it's in between 3000, take the fragment color and use the coordinate A as the frag color. So use the alpha channel as the frag color. And since we have the UVs, which are embedded in that text chord, which has, I want to say X and Y, but it's actually called U and V. It doesn't matter. You could actually use one or the other and it would still work. That's the funny thing about shader code. It has multiple syntax for the same thing when it comes to X, Ys, UVs, and RGBA. They could be referenced, cross-referenced, meaning that X and Y is also U and V, and it's also R and G, because those are the first two indices of those data types for color, UV coordinates, and positions. So our colors and UV coordinates and positions the same because they're just in a struct that gets pounded into 16-bit memory, depending on the shader and video card thing, driver, and different renderers and systems like OpenGL and Metal and DirectX, they get compressed. Sometimes it's a 16-bit. Now in here we don't have to worry about that little detail, but I mention it because some people say, oh, it'll just be in this memory like this. But this guy named Jared that made the sand game where the grass burns and stuff, he explained it on stream pretty nicely. He had a whole Python presentation video that you could always play. And I am just kind of showing little ropes in the text renderer. Okay, so the problem with the way I'm explaining it here, I'm trying to break it down. So I have this A, but it's actually not the vec4. It is actually going to be a float, because A is only one variable. A vec2 is two variables like X, Y combined together, and they come always in these packs. And there's a bigger pack that's called a matrices. Why? Because we multiply by matrices quite a bit for different reasons. So let's just get A. Let's just call this text black and white. We can call it something else like black and transparent. Then we insert it into a vec4, make it some color like black. And so it'll be vec4 R, which is 1 for red. We can't make it black because our background is black. No, we can make it black because our background is not black. It was black on the other one. And the alpha will be the alpha, right? Or do we have to throw away the fragment if the alpha is not something? Yeah, so it would have to be 1. But then we need another if statement and check if image black and white is greater than 0.5, then draw. If else, like this makes the performance better by using this card instead of alpha binding. So the video card doesn't have to figure it out. We kind of like figure it out with this alpha channel for it. Now, that sounds like nonsense because the video card is still figuring it out by doing this if statement, but trust me, it's more performant using this method. And I should have alpha blending in the game, but I can get away with the transparent cubes using scan lines. So there is alpha, but it's very cool. It's very fast. It's the fastest alpha you can get without having to turn on alpha blend. And we'll try to, because if you set this 1 or 0, it doesn't work without alpha blending turned on. So like it doesn't do that, which makes it faster. That's where this is going. Okay, so let's see if this works. This should automatically load the shader when it runs, and it won't work because we haven't told anything to vertex shader, and we have to go look at the vertex shader next and see if it's just passing in the value, how it's treating the coordinates. There could be something else that's wrong. It's always fun getting this interesting part to work. So I think it didn't work. Let's switch the camera so, because it should draw it around this area if it's being 3D'd. So you could also draw it on surfaces instead. There's some sort of like sprite right there. I forget what that is, but it was for something I was messing with when I was learning OpenGL. Okay. We have the stupid menu in our face. That doesn't help us, like this bloat that I created before I created text. This is what a shader toy looks like, shader inside of the engine. You just copy pasted it and you got all the parameters right. Oh yeah, it's like a prototype test. Hey, we can make something look insanely good. It looks like 3D inside of 3D. With this code I will probably remove because this ran on a different video card that was just garbage, like Raspberry Pi. It would not sit so well. It would like be like, oh, you should torture me with like one fragment shader. It's just one block of code takes all the, melts the whole device. But yeah, you could write stuff in the shader code. You see how in this shader we can see the lines of the GUI button 1. It looks like a double U thing with the black square in the middle. Yeah, so that was part of like what I was trying to design. When I was going to make the next button, it was going to have some other design. So we don't have text. I don't know why yet. I think it's because we haven't converted the vertex shader. Let's look at the vertex shader. So this is very simple. It's just 2D. We don't even need this projection. You know why? Because in the next line we go and we just say, get the 2D coordinates and slap them onto the screen. Pass in the UV coordinates, the text coordinates, and pass in UVZ into the type. Let's see what our other fragment shader says. It should already have that by default. It usually does. Okay, so the text coordinate Z is the type. We already got the type right off the bat. Now this is going to go into the else statement because there's no 3000 definition. So else statement 3000 definition does not make it 2D. So we have to write that portion. And text coordinate does get passed in from text coordinate from X and Y because Z is being used as the type. Now we could actually just leave it as a vec3, but it just makes some more clarification this way. And I could convert the shader to a lower standard. It's at like 330 is a pretty commonly supported, I guess, standard, you could say. Not really, but like I was wanted to say 300 and up or something, but I don't remember if 300 and up is the thing. So say if it's 4,000, less than 4,000. In geoposition, what's A pose? It's just something pulled out of the butt. Yeah, it's the attribute position. It's what it's being passed in by that thing. I mean the our regular vertices. So what we have to do is make it 2-dimensional. We could make the text 3-dimensional too. So every position of a quad, we would have to calculate because we do set a Z. Let's look at this for example. What is Z being set to? Z is just the third coordinate. So 3 UVs. So first we put in X position, Y position, and Z is just being set to 0. We don't even set Z. We do set Z, I mean. We just set it to 0, which is kind of bad because we have to draw everything beneath 0. We have to have some sort of way to change that. So we should add actually another parameter to this. Because if we wanted to draw this in 3D, this would be our bottom. This would just be unacceptable. It wouldn't work. And it's such an easy fix. All you do is just have a new variable. That's it. Done. And same thing here. You would have to actually insert it. So if the string length was actually higher, you would still insert it. Just set UV coordinates to the space and tell it that don't discard it because it's one type. I don't even think I fixed that part. I just fixed the part that it runs this side of the code. That was like the beginning of this presentation. Okay, so let's actually do the Z part because it's just going to make this easier. Okay, so this is the 12, okay. Now this is the position. In the constructor, let's say it is, just like Y and X have some sort of default, this one will be 0.1 because we want it to be a little bit in front for the default because we know that 99% of the time we're going to be drawing this shit in front of the UI. Then what we do is just send it into this A position as the third, as the Z. And you could picture this as saying this. Geo position is a vector 4, which is just 4 fucking numbers. And it's just saying this, actually. You could actually write this and it would accept the code. You could just write this. It's just like there's shorthand. And you leave it in shorthand form because it's like faster to type or something. Or I don't know, understands it better. And the F at the end sometimes doesn't fly inside the shader. So this is what this says. And we're going to stick this in there. It's already stuck in there. It's just being sent 0. And since it's 2D, not multiplying the projection matrix. This thing, not doing this matrix multiplication, because projection, view, and model are mat4. They're matrices. They're 4x4 matrices times a vector 4, a vector with 4 components. So that creates the illusion that the camera sees it over here or over there and rotate it some other position thinger, and then you can rotate the text and do this little thing. And so this type of text, you can have a different type of text later. Now we'll draw depending on where the camera is. Now, because this text is the UI text, if it's between type 3000 and 4000, we'd actually switch this up, but we would have to just define a different number. I just chose arbitrary 3000 just to make it easier, because floats can go very high. Anyway, so let's see if we can get it to work. The shaders to compile. We need to set the Z, right? So we were like, I was like lagging until the end. Because for Y and X coordinates, it has to calculate it based on the actual font size. Like this is in a different video where I break this down. This is how it's broken down. This is how it creates this a square and needs 6 points because these triangles need to be connected together. And this is how it defines it. Okay, so done. So we could directly stick the Z position into the 6 points. And that's what we're going to do. That way it just draws in front. Or maybe it'll draw in the back, but we could go back in the constructor or before we pushed it onto the video card and change it, or after we change it and we'll have the text like coming towards me and bang, like do something weird, whatever. This is just the update function. Should we put it here? That's the question. Let's maybe put it here. Let's do this. That'll be a maybe. Because I don't know why this pushes it to 0. It's like 0 is just going to be clogged with all these like stupid quads that are like all like one little dot. But if type is it blank, it just discards it, so you never see the little dot. I don't know why I have to mention that, but it's kind of funny when you imagine it. And what is this? So does this code actually work? Is this some other part of the code? Update? Let's stick Z position also with the update. It should be in there. Whether it runs push to VBO or update, because it updated for another reason or whatnot. So there should be 6 of these, right? There's 1, 2, oh no, there's 4. No, there's 6. Because we're doing draw triangles. I think I missed a few of them. It's always easy to focus on. But like, see it. You're like, what the fuck? Like, why is one of the vertices not moving? It'll look probably cyberpunk. This is probably what we should do. We should have 6 Z coordinates and sit there and just like make it like shake. You could also like make the other things shake randomly. Alright, so that's a good note. Some after tweaking stuff on that. And then the vertex shader, you could modify this. Yeah, we just set the position not to be times by projection of the matrix. So we did fix that. Kind of explained that this is doing that. Let's see, I don't even know if the texture loaded. I should go check if the texture is being written. Let's go check if the texture is being written. What this means is like it creates an alias and it reads from it. But we don't know if it reads from it, but we'll know if it creates it right. It should create it right, but who knows? Maybe it's not creating it right. It's just like we're trying to get ahead of ourselves too fast. I don't see any text, so just somebody owes me a frontal for this. All right. Why do not we see anything? It should be black or white color. It's like 1111111. And it should be above the thing. Why is the camera just jacked up? It could be below this planet around here. Because 0 is this corner. That's 0, 0, 0. It's a little gimbal. It's the origin of the world. The center of the world is over here. Okay, so we don't have a text renderer yet. I'm pissed. And these are being textured by multiple textures being sent to GPU. That's like garbage way of doing it. This is being colored by a fragment shader. There's no texture for this. But it uses like more GPU power, whatever. And you have to send a time variable and stuff. But like not all the sides are textured because it was custom made from scratch. Okay. Let's just press all the buttons, see if we see anything. Okay. That's where the other part of the UI goes. So you would expect the texture to be right, like the text to be kind of around that. Alright. So let's see. Do we have any bunch of printf statements inside of this? Just run it with the debugger on. Make sure it's doing that. We still need to check the atlas, the sprite text atlas. It didn't stop anywhere, which is a major concern of why that happened. Like, why didn't it stop here? Oh, because we're like in the wrong. This is named wrong. I was so in a hurry to do this that it was just like, fuck. Alright, we need to stop here. believe. Yeah, this was written in 10:16 a.m. It was just written. So it loads these 4 pictures. Let's just see how the other one looks like before I try to figure out how to read the alpha channel in this. What a stupid ass preview. Why doesn't it have open with anymore? You fucking changed Windows and made it retarded. I mean, nope, can't see it here. I'll just Google it. It's called Alpha Mask. Okay, so there's a thing called File, Open as layers. Oh, I get it, what it does. It sticks it all into one file. That doesn't help us. That's stupid. It's just more confusion. I was able to view it before, just without anything. Layer mask. It should be fine, but I should figure out how to view it. Why is it sRGB? It's supposed to be RGBA. Maybe when it's writing the file, it's screwing it up. That's probably what it is, but. I think we're looking at the wrong file here. That could be another problem. Yeah, we are. It's this file. Okay, so it should look like this. You have the sprites here, the text here, possibly some other thing here, another thing here. That could be even like vertex animations or something for 3D models. And then I was thinking of some other thing. Maybe UI animations or I don't know. It's just data. Or images, or you could actually stick a 3D model in here maybe, or some sort of shader logic code for SDF type rendering. Okay, so this doesn't mean it worked because we loaded the wrong file. We have to go load the new file. And it should have worked. I think I saw the file in here. As long as it's bigger than the other file, that's just an indication that it worked. Yeah, and it worked. So it's in the texture. And we always check the texture coordinates that the Alright, so whenever GUI button 1 gets spawned or allocated with new, it should also make a new text field and push it to VBO, right? Real simple. But it's not being updated, right? Like, what's the deal? Why would it? It doesn't need to update it once it pushes it to the graphics card, though. Yeah, so it gets created. That's just the change code we could have later. More change code, more change code. Okay, it gets created. Somewhere in the middle of the battlefield of war. It gets put in with whatever position, and then don't have to do anything. Well, update it if it does get updated, because it needs to know, the graphics card needs to know about the new stuff. Then it gets sent the new stuff. I think it's not reading the texture, in my personal opinion. It is because it needs to subtract 1 from this texture ID. The way it sets these texture IDs is slightly different. And the other one, I think it did render. No, it didn't render. Let's just look at the main class. In the main function. So initialize the data, loads the font, merges it in, loads the texture, The texture generates an ID, generate a texture on the graphics card, and then sending it to it with the height of the full thing. If there's an error, deletes it. Let's just make sure. If this equals to this, we're done. I mean, it's good. Because then we see it that I wrote it here. We could remove this test image and it won't write it anymore, so we don't have to like waste our hard drive dying. Because this GL text to image sends it to graphics card. This is what this does. Fix to use RGBA for channel data. We need the alpha channel. Okay. And the ID got created before it sent that, but it used that ID because it bound to it. Right, so in the main, after it loaded this texture, it assigns 5 of these textures that are kind of static-ish. Texture 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it should actually maybe preload the texture here. Because the IDs are being mixed up here, I think. It's a stupid bug. Let's see what it has to do. I think it's stupid because it has to generate it in a particular order. So we call in texture image and generate textures over here. So 4, 5. Load cursor texture equals 5. After set and okay, it sets in before it sets in 3, it loads it. So let's see what debugger says. And then I'll probably get asleep because who cares? It's just not important anymore. The texture ID ends up being 7. Stupid because we could do this all in one texture now. Yeah, so that's 7. So ship. So what happens there in texture ID 6? Let's try this. make texture ID 6 active, which is GL texture 5. And this is where it gets confusing. The ID is going to be 7. The active texture is GL texture 5. So how we lost, I could explain it, but basically the explanation is a double increment rule. 0 is bad, 1 is good, and 1 got, so this was the first one that was loaded at 5, the cursor, and texture 1 was the third one loaded, and texture 2 was the fourth one, texture 2 was the fifth one, texture 4 was the sixth one, texture 5 was the 0th, or the first one. So the order got jacked out. That's one of the bugs. So, and this texture starts at 0, and this starts at, yeah, so that's why it's like that. So this actually gets set correctly. It's loading to whatever image things we're training. Texture 6 gets set to 5. So let's look inside the shader and double check that we have 6 samplers, or 6 textures, sorry, but they're called samplers. So uniform 2D sampler texture. So they could be called, yeah, a few other names in different texture formats. I hope that that was the issue. Yeah, I go in circles fixing this one usually. Twice having too many of them is annoying. So we see something inside that dark area right there. But why do not we see it on screen? Like I said, Z position to 1. And create the glue button. It should actually render it anywhere on the screen, not just on top of the button. Like, I don't understand. That is incorrect something. And it should have nothing to do with button state. Button state, who cares? The problem is the menus in the front. But it should be long enough. It should be like the same type of like position as it was in the demo. It should be like over here somewhere. I would have to debug it. Why do we have all these boxes right now? What the hell? It's a hotkey to find side boxes. You could always paint the floor with the texture. We need to pull out the coordinates manually. I'll figure this out at some point. Okay. We're already at a good place. This isn't like that bad. But it's just like, dang, close. I think it's one more thing. This is sampler 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. No, let's try something.